May we use the gift of intercessory prayer as a key to unlock heaven's storehouse in order to provide blessings for those who are going through many dangers, toils, and snares. Lord, in hours of hardship, permit us to use the gift of your Spirit to enable us to be protected by you from disappointments and self-pity. Infuse our senators with your love. Give them a compassion that will prompt them to work for the eradication of injustice and evil in our world. And Lord, be with our illustrious Page class as they leave us in 3 days. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Daniel Zimmerman of North Carolina to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense.
President.
The Senator from Iowa.
Yeah. Having a job gives individuals purpose and dignity. We should promote policies lifting people out of poverty. In the 1990s, we passed welfare reform with a Republican Congress and a Democrat president. The results, welfare rolls went down, poverty rates decreased, employment and earnings increased. Establishing work requirements in Medicaid for able-bodied adults with reasonable exemptions, then from the previous precedent of welfare reform, that all makes common sense yet today. States like Iowa are already leading the way in establishing work requirements for able-bodied adults in Medicaid. Iowa's Governor Reynolds has said, quote, "If you're an able-bodied adult who can work, you should work." We're doing the same thing at the national level. Work requirements under the one big, beautiful bill only applies to able-bodied adults between the ages of 19 and 64. Individuals will have to complete a minimum of 80 hours of work a month, or about 20 hours a week, of qualifying community engagement activities like working, job training, going to school, volunteering, or a combination of all these. We have reasonable exemptions for veterans with disability rated as total, individuals who are medically frail or otherwise have special medical needs, individuals who are blind, have substance abuse disorder, a disabling mental disorder, physical or intellectual disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more activities of daily living, or serious complex medical conditions. We also have exemptions for parents, guardians, and caretakers relative of children age 14 or under, or disabled individuals. foster care youth through the age of 26. We give good cause exemptions for short-term hardships like hospitalizations or for an individual receiving psychiatric care. Individuals impacted by a natural disaster, living in high unemployment areas, or having to travel outside their community for an extended period of time to receive medical service would also be exempted. Now, states will obviously be required to establish streamlined process and use reliable data like payroll data to avoid individuals submitting their own documentations. There will also be significant outreach and education to those who will be required to work. Labor force participation data for prime age men 25 to 54 indicates that between 1950 to 1970, less than 1 in 30 were out of the labor force. Now, it's surprising, maybe it shouldn't be surprising. Since then, participation declined steadily, so that 1 in 30 figure is now 1 in 10. This represents nearly 7 million prime age men absent from the workforce. On top of this, recent research found that non-working Medicaid recipients spend 6 hours a day on socializing, relaxing, TV, and video games. They spend 125 hours during a 30-day month watching TV and video games alone. That is more than 50% higher than the 80 hours they would be required to work in a month. Common sense Medicaid work requirements for able-bodied adults take the same approach as welfare reform did in the 1990s. Move people from welfare to work and self-sufficiency. The contrary, being on government programs, is a life of poverty. And if you want to get out of poverty, you got to be in the world of work, and that's what we're trying to accomplish through this legislation, just like we do work requirements for every other government program. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
victory. And when it was all over, they followed their forefathers' faithfulness by coming home and building schools, churches, and businesses. In other words, Mr. President, a future. The greatest generation carried that burden for their children and for ours. The men and women who fought and endured daily hardships during the Second World War, understood what I worry many Americans nearly have forgotten, which is the heavier the load you choose to carry, the higher you can hold your head. And doing what's noble builds confidence. I believe that's true of people and of nations. For nearly 2 centuries, Americans weren't focused on indulgence, but on inheritance. To be clear, I'm not talking about the kind of inheritance measured in dollars, but instead the kind measured in duty, making tomorrow better than today. But Mr. President, you may be tempted to correct me here. Why would I only credit us with 2 centuries of discipline when, after all, we turn 250 years old next year? Let me take a moment to explain. This American ethos endured for most of our history, but I believe something shifted in our culture around the time I was born. Our society began to leverage the security that earlier Americans won for tomorrow in order to avoid the challenges of the day. Courageous people don't do that. Even a few years before I was born, I believe President Kennedy had already begun to detect the shift. In his inaugural address, he implored Americans to do one thing: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A nation that once rallied around sacrifice, in war, in rebuilding, in laying foundations for the future, gave way to a new cultural mood. Over time, we stopped asking, what can we build and leave for the ones we love? And we began to ask, what can we claim for ourselves? We became obsessed with what we as individuals are entitled to, and we forgot how to plant the seeds and nurture them until the harvest. The sense of shared responsibility that had defined generations was eroding. Our growing reliance on promises we felt others owed to us meant that we earned less and expected more. We initially built a safety net to protect people in need and our most vulnerable citizens, which is a noble idea and one that I support. But over time, that safety net stretched wider and wider until nearly everybody was lying in it. As the cost of our promises ballooned, we lacked the will to either pay for them or the courage to pare them back. So what did we do instead, Mr. President? We did what previous generations refused to do. We passed the buck by handing the bill off to our children. Instead of sacrificing for the next generation, we passed the burden on to them. It was a convenient deception. Congress created more programs that it wouldn't pay for. Public officials made promises they couldn't keep, and they convinced their constituents that Americans who come of age after us would take care of tomorrow all by themselves. We also fought wars and engaged in foreign interventions without paying for them. It all adds up. And while our national debt kept rising, I'm not just talking about in dollars, America kept experiencing a real character deficit. We weren't just spending money, we were squandering trust, legacy, and time at the expense of the boys and girls who were too young to even vote or recognize a better path than the one we had chosen for them. We soothed ourselves by claiming that we were being compassionate, but we passed on the consequences of our choices to those not yet born. This is not compassion, it's generational theft. In 1967, when I was born, the national debt stood at $330 billion. Today, it's $36 trillion, more than 100 times greater, even after adjusting for inflation. 2024 alone, we ran a $1.8 trillion deficit. And a baby born in America today inherits $106,000 as their share of the national debt on day one. So what happened to American ingenuity, resolve, and discipline? What happened to it? How did a nation, once defined by sacrifice for our kids to become, what happened to a nation that once was defined by sacrifice? Let's think about that. For our kids to become one that was willing to pilfer their piggy banks. We have some urgent challenges, Mr. President. 21st century Americans are not being asked to storm Normandy's beaches or endure winters at Valley Forge. The task upon us may seem less heroic right now, but it remains both daunting and deeply patriotic. What is that task? To simply stop spending more than we're willing to pay for today. The question isn't just how did America's financial and cultural debt get so deep? It's how can we claw our way out of this financial and cultural hole? The answer comes down to identifying what we value and what we believe is worth the sacrifice. For me, that's my family and my country. I love them both, and I know many of you share those same sentiments. I believe that we only sacrifice for the things we love. I want to repeat that. I believe we only sacrifice for the things we love. That's why it's crucial and consequential that we remind ourselves and instruct our children to love this country, reminding ourselves that this pattern and promise of American liberty forged a noble, innovative nation that is worth loving and worth fighting for. Because why would anyone sacrifice for a nation they don't love or for neighbors they don't feel a patriotic affection for? America has been self-aware from the beginning. We never thought we were perfect. But every generation is supposed to put in the sweat and tears to form a more perfect union. We were the first nation rooted in the confidence that our rights come not from kings or governments, but from God. That we are endowed by our Creator with the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's a beautiful thought. That idea is exceptional. This country is exceptional. There are none like it in the world, and we must teach the next generation what our countrymen sacrificed to secure. And that's why this nation is worth loving with an active and enduring patriotism. Loving America doesn't mean agreeing with every policy or politician. It's not required. But it does require being confident in the idea of America and being willing to sacrifice for the cause of this nation. Not in the abstract, but in real ways. By being good stewards of what was handed down to us and honoring those who came before us by adopting their discipline and by becoming the kind of neighbors who are willing to work a little harder, take a little less, give a little more to preserve what has made this country great. Mr. President, I stand here today as the beneficiary of those who sacrificed for me and for all of us. I was blessed to be adopted into a loving home where they taught me that faith, family, freedom, and hard work are the most reliable antidotes for poverty and despair the world has ever known. We are still a nation where a newborn can begin life in a foster home in Detroit, grow up in the rural Midwest, and have the honor of serving as a United States Senator. As Americans, no matter our background, whether we come from abundance or struggle, we have all inherited the gift of freedom, passed down from earlier Americans. We stand on their shoulders. Let's not force the next generation to remember us as the ones who broke the 2 centuries-long chain of self-sacrifice, but rather as the ones who reforged it. To my colleagues and constituents, count me in as one who is willing to do my part, to work hard, forego convenience, and reinforce that chain that will sustain our nation for future generations. I will listen to your ideas, and I hope you will listen to mine. I will operate from the principled belief that we must elevate liberty and personal responsibility above expedience and entitlement, and that our children should not have to pay the price for our lack of discipline. The America I aspire to serve is defined by courage and a love that refuses to take more than it gives. And, as it has so many times in our history, may these convictions prevail in this chamber and in the classrooms, boardrooms, break rooms, and living rooms of these United States. Consider this my prayer for our nation, and may God work through us to make it so. Thank you. I yield, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
So I had the opportunity to meet Senator Husted when he was state representative Husted about 15, maybe 20 years ago. I don't want to age myself. And I was down in Columbus meeting a few state reps down there, and I see this guy and go, man, who's that young guy who sounds really, really smart? Walked up to him, introduced myself, and it was John Husted. And in that period of time, what I've seen is a great person. He's not just a great public servant. This is somebody who could have spent his entire adult life making a lot of money. He's a very smart and gifted person. Instead, he's dedicated his entire time to actually make this country better. And the reason for that you just heard today. He's somebody who's a deep person of faith, who's a great father, a great husband, and honestly, a great friend. So, look, don't take my word for it. What I'd ask is unanimous consent to enter the following statements from support from fellow Ohioans into the record.
Without objection.
So the senator does not know that I did this, so I think you owe it to hear. So here's just a sampling of what the people in Ohio said based on a simple request. Tell me what you think of Senator Husted. So let me start with the first one. John has excelled in every public office he has held, as a legislator, Speaker of the House, Secretary of State, and Lieutenant Governor. I worked with John on a daily basis for the 6 years he served as Lieutenant Governor. No one understands Ohio better than John. His work on economic development as Lieutenant Governor will have a lasting impact for generations. He has had a great career in public service. However, I am convinced that his service as a United States Senator will be the most important and most impactful for Ohio and for our country. His knowledge of Ohio and his ability to work with others will make him a great United States Senator. Signed, Ohio Governor and former United States Senator Mike DeWine. Second one, Senator Husted embodies everything Ohioans are about: family, hard work, love of country, and service. Ohio is better because of his years of service. Alex Trantafilu, Chairman of the Ohio Republican Party. Next one. John was a speaker when I started in the House in 2007. I watched and learned from him, and today I use that knowledge every day in the Ohio legislature. 18 years, pretty impressive. He's a great leader and a great United States Senator. Current Ohio Speaker of the House, Matt Huffman. Next one. From his beginnings in rural Williams County to his leadership in the legislative and executive branch of our state government, John Husted made Ohio a better state at every stop. I have no doubt he will do the same for our entire country in the United States Senate. That's from Ohio Senate President Rob McCauley. Next one. Senator Husted is passionate about his faith, his family, his state, and his country. It has been a pleasure watching him grow throughout the years, and without question, he will serve his Senate family with great pride and integrity. That is from current Lieutenant Governor and former Ohio State football head coach, Jim Tressel. And the last one, during his service at the state level, John saw firsthand in great detail the many problems at the federal level, problems that he was powerless as a state officer to solve. He brings that detailed knowledge and his passion for the right thing to do to the United States Senate, and the country will be better for it. Signed, Attorney General of Ohio, Dave Yost. And I'll end with this, Mr. President. You look at what he's already accomplished. I can say a little bit falls here in this chamber. About 8 years ago, I remember sitting with Senator Husted, then Lieutenant Governor, candidate Husted, nominee Husted, in a little office building in downtown Cleveland. He said, I have an idea. It's going to be called Innovate Ohio. I said, John, what's that? We're going to put together the leaders of the Ohio innovation ecosystem and make Ohio the most attractive state where you can build and grow a company. And we had our first meeting. So who was in that meeting? Now Senator John Husted, now Senator me, Bernie Moreno, soon-to-be Governor Vivek Ramaswamy, and our third Ohio honorary senator, Vice President J.D. Vance, all hand-selected by Senator Husted to participate 8 years ago in Innovation Task Force. So on nights when we go through vote-a-ramas and we're here for 24, 30 hours, it is you who I have to blame, Senator Husted, for encouraging me to seek public service. But look, I came to D.C. not knowing what to expect, and having somebody who I consider a friend, somebody who I know we can talk about anything and hash things out, has made this job very, very rewarding. Thank you for your service to Ohio. I look forward to serving with you here in the United States Senate. With that, I yield, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
When Iran's proxies launched a full-scale war on Israel October 7, 2023, President Biden pledged an unwavering commitment to Israel's security. That was the right message in the moment, but as I warned publicly at the time, Israel needed more than just rhetorical solidarity. Like Ukraine, Israel needed precious time, space to maneuver, and material support to defeat a shared enemy. And yet, as in Ukraine, America's commitment has indeed wavered. Our support has not been ironclad. Instead, under the previous administration, American support was delayed, restricted, and paired with attempts to micromanage Israel's operations and even interfere with Israeli politics. And at every turn, the progressive left and isolationist right hyperventilated about the specter of so-called forever war. Fortunately, Israel held its ground. Israelis certainly weren't enthused about a ground war in Gaza. Their leaders knew that war would be difficult, but they knew it was unavoidable so long as Hamas terrorists still refused to release the hostages. They also knew lasting security meant changing Iran's calculus, not just responding to attacks from proxies. So Israel decided to turn Iran's terrorist assets into liabilities. Despite the pearl clutching here in Washington, our allies simultaneously decapitated Hezbollah and crippled Hamas. Their bold operations created a new opportunity for Lebanon to claw back its sovereignty from a terrorist state within a state. Meanwhile, the collapse of the brutal Assad regime in Syria brought down a Russian vassal in Iran's favorite corridor of weapons and terrorist finance. These are the circumstances President Trump inherited. What to do with them has been the subject of quite some debate. Some of his advisors and supporters came with Obama-Biden era talking points, ready to urge him to continue his predecessor's policy of constraining Israel. Some argued publicly that America had no vital or existential interest in the Middle East, or claimed the region was a distraction from other priorities. They warned of forever war. Some seemed to push for nuclear negotiations with parameters eerily similar to the nuclear deal the president withdrew from his first term. They even proposed Iran could keep enriching uranium until the president correctly quashed that idea. These mixed messages emboldened Iran and its proxies. After all, why give up if administration officials saw the Middle East as little more than a distraction, or if they seem as fearful of restoring deterrence as the previous guys? So Hamas kept holding the hostages. The Houthis kept targeting Israel and Red Sea commerce. And the Islamic Republic kept marching toward a nuclear weapon. And in response, Israel took the next logical step to restore deterrence. Once again, innovative and decisive strikes destroyed Iran's air defenses and imposed immediate costs on Tehran. And leaders across Israel's politics stood united behind the daring operations. But here in America, the same restrainers, anti-Israel progressives, and self-proclaimed realists warned again of regional conflagration if the president intervened alongside or even supported Israel's strikes. The president's his own director of national intelligence traveled to Hiroshima to record a bizarre video, not as a warning against Tehran's nuclear ambitions, but presumably against American or Israeli operations to blunt them. Now, fortunately, the president rejected the pleas of appeasers and isolationists. The strikes he ordered dealt a massive blow to Iran's nuclear program, bolstered American credibility, and strengthened U.S. and Israel leverage to end Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons and its support for terrorism for good. Thanks to Israelis' historic efforts for more than a year and a half, Iran's ability to threaten regional stability is massively degraded. Not since before the Islamic Revolution has there been such an opportunity for America, Israel, and our Arab partners to reset regional dynamics on such favorable terms. Achieving it has required no large-scale deployment of U.S. ground forces. It required only supporting our friends. Israel is a close ally and a strategic asset, not a liability. And the strategic return on our investment in assisting Israel is incalculable. Standing with our Israeli friends offers a powerful lesson about American leadership, the value of alliances and partnerships, and the real nature of peace through strength. And this lesson extends far, far beyond the Middle East. If America refuses to apply it elsewhere, like Ukraine, we do so at grave risk to our own interests. But that's exactly what some in Washington seem to be doing. Congress recently learned that a senior DOD official conducted a review of DOD's security assistance efforts and, listen to this, concluded that the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, among other programs, was wasteful. Wasteful. This is a Republican administration panning a program created by the Republican Congress in 2015 to counter President Obama's toothless response to Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine. I'd like to see the analysis behind the administration's decision to zero out USAI in its fiscal 26 request. I'd like to hear them try to explain away the massive return on investment of America's security assistance to Ukraine and the previous lessons we've learned from our Ukrainian partners. Secretary of the Army has rightly called Ukraine, listen to this, the Silicon Valley of warfare. Do his colleagues at the Pentagon think this assessment is wrong, or do they just not think access to cutting-edge modern combat is valuable? Well, here's the truth. USAI and other security assistance efforts have helped us measurably address shortcomings in strategy, capabilities, production capacity that would have gone ignored until it was too late. It's an inconvenient reality for isolationists and restrainers, but for a tiny percent of our defense budget, we help the smaller military resist invasion by a vastly larger one and degrade a major U.S. adversary. As with Israel, Ukraine is fighting an adversary of the United States. Our support does not entangle us in a far-off foreign conflict. For Russia, Iran, China, and North Korea, America is the main enemy, the great Satan. If these adversaries beat our friends, the threat to America becomes 1,000 times greater. We should be grateful for friends so willing to defend our collective interests against common foes. Partnership with Ukraine is teaching us what modern warfare could mean for U.S. forces when they do face direct conflict. It has tested our assumptions about munitions, inventories, expenditure rates, electronic warfare, and the duration of conflict. Without Ukraine's experience with U.S. weapons, we would have been surprised to find some advanced systems quickly rendered inoperable on future battlefields. The money we invest in USAI on weapons for Ukraine expands our own production capacity in the process and will improve the quality of our own munitions. Supplemental appropriations on Ukraine and Israel in turn backfill our own stocks with brand new capabilities, not just 155 millimeter rounds, but air defenses and long-range fires with specific investment in solid rocket motors. These investments help us prepare for conflict in the Indo-Pacific. And production would be slower in the absence of our partnership with Ukraine. not doing more to address our growing defense needs isn't a failure of oversight, it's a failure of political will. Everyone wants to see an end to Russia's war in Ukraine, but the price of peace matters. If we want enduring stability in Europe, we can't fall for an illusory peace. We should know enough history not to dismiss this as merely a quarrel in a faraway country between two people of whom we know nothing. It is a major war of conquest in Europe, the most significant since the days of Nazi Germany. And allies and adversaries half a world away are watching it closely for clues about America's resolve. Certainly, Europe's deepening commitments to collective defense will make real peace more enforceable. The President's insistence has driven much of this progress. Putin's brutality has reinforced it. Since 2022, our European NATO allies have made historic investments in defense, often buying from us. And many are preparing to make even larger commitments at this week's NATO summit. All of that's good news, but we can't expect allies to continue signing up for 3.5 and 5% commitments if America insists on falling further behind. Likewise, we can't expect Putin to end his aggression if he thinks America's abandonment of Ukraine is just a matter of time. And we can't expect anyone to take America's threats and commitments seriously if we're content to let our own strength atrophy. A base budget request that cuts defense spending in real terms doesn't show Moscow we're serious, let alone Beijing. Leading from behind would be bad enough, but this is just plain falling behind. The strongest deterrence is denying an adversary's objectives through military means. Israel is restoring the deterrence in the Middle East. Ukraine is achieving it by holding its own against Russia, but it needs help. Recently, I've asked administration officials simple questions like, who is the aggressor in the conflict? The answer's pretty obvious. But a second, equally simple question seems to actually trip them up. Who do we want to win? Who do we want to win? The President made the right call to stand with Israel. I hope he'll also decide to stand with Ukraine, prevent Russian victory, and start reversing a dangerous downward trend in our own defense budgets. I hope he'll recognize Russia's attempt to tap him along for what it is. Putin is getting mixed messages from us. He thinks he has time. He believes the West is weak and divided. But the President, at very little cost, can shatter that illusion. It's time to impose sanctions, raise the price of Russia's aggression, redouble security assistance to Ukraine, and drive the Kremlin to seek peace. It's time for deterrence through denial. There's no surer path to a just and enduring peace. No better way to demonstrate that peace through strength actually means something. No clearer sign to allies and adversaries watching closely from the Western Hemisphere to the Indo-Pacific that America still has the will to lead. I yield the floor. I suggest you have the quorum.
Would the senator withdraw his request? Yeah.
Yes.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Louisiana.
I ask unanimous consent that the following interns in my office be granted floor privileges until June 25th, 2025. Ava O'Neill and Alan Lamb.
Objection.
Mr. President, in every single state there are Americans relying upon the National Flood Insurance Program to protect their home. Wherever it's shaded, and it's shaded in every state, there are people who are making claims on the National Flood Insurance Program. And Congress has the responsibility to serve all Americans, regardless of age, income, or zip code. Since President Biden's implementation of Risk Rating 2.0, seniors and low and middle-income homeowners have been left behind. Earlier this month, I led 8 of my Republican colleagues urging FEMA to end the Biden-era Risk Rating 2.0. I want to work with the President to fix the mess the Biden administration had created. And now I want to share with my colleagues the same case we made in that letter for why action is needed now. Every year, on June 1st, the phrase, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst comes to mind. For the folks in Louisiana, it's a way of life. A hurricane season begins. With a higher Gulf temperature than usual, meteorologists predict 13 to 19 named storms, 6 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 5 major hurricanes hitting the U.S. before the year's end. That's somewhere in the U.S., not just the Gulf Coast. I will note that the meteorologists always predict a lot. It's easier to be wrong predicting a lot than to be wrong predicting very few. But nonetheless, we should hope for the best and prepare for the worst. In my state, if there's such a warning, folks know what to do. They put in some non-perishable food items. They get the prescriptions renewed. They take care of their windows. They check on their neighbors. And they will also be bracing themselves financially. Folks in my state are still trying to get back on their feet after 4 years of financial distress under the Biden administration. Add the cost of recovery if there's a severe weather event, and many families just cannot afford it. That's why we have the National Flood Insurance Program, a safety net program for millions across the country, including those in my state, for the last 50 years. Because of the National Flood Insurance Program, a retired couple in Livingston Parish who just paid off their mortgage sleeps better knowing that they are covered the next time or if they ever flood. The single working woman in Cameron Parish rests assured knowing that there is help available when it becomes time to replace the siding and roof tiles which may have been torn loose by torrential winds. But this program, the peace of mind for those who rely upon it, is being threatened. Since FEMA, under the Biden administration, implemented Risk Rating 2.0, premiums skyrocketed, making desperately needed protection unaffordable for millions. Over 80% of NFIP policyholders in Louisiana saw a spike in their premiums after its implementation in 2021. The protection that millions desperately need has become unaffordable. Now, when I say unaffordable, I'm not talking about a $100 or $200 increase, although that might be too much for some families. We're talking about an almost $2,000 increase for a homeowner in Wagaman, Louisiana, about a $4,500 increase for a homeowner in Gibson. And so this is where they started on the white, and this is where they went to in the red. And so if you say unaffordable, for a family of limited means, paying almost $600 to go to $2,500, big jump, a 334% jump. To go from $600 to $5,100 is a 750% jump, and here in Belle Chase, Louisiana, goes from $570 to $8,800, over a 1,400% increase. Now, that's unaffordable. For a family with limited income, perhaps fixed income, to see that kind of jump is, one more time, unaffordable. So the question is, has FEMA been transparent about these increases? And the answer is no. In fact, some of these folks have never flooded. They're not really quite sure why their premiums are rising. But because they're rising so rapidly and so much, they have no option but to drop their NFIP coverage altogether, which of course is the worst possible situation because now they're totally vulnerable. It's important to note that Congress has not been allowed to weigh in on these increases. Under President Biden, Congress was stonewalled, and now with President Trump in charge, I trust there'll be more transparency into the risk rating 2.0 methodology than we've had. Do we have another? The American people, and certainly those in Louisiana, made it clear when they elected President Trump that they're ready to end the confusion and high prices of the previous administration. They were talking about the grocery store, the gas pump, and yes, also flood insurance. National Flood Insurance Program, and if you add to that homeowners, is the heart of the cost of living crisis Americans struggle with under President Biden. Now, we have a chance to bring down prices on flood insurance in the same way that President Trump has brought down all these other prices, gas, eggs, milk, you name it. And I wish to work with my Senate colleagues, my congressional colleagues, and with President Trump to make life affordable again. As hurricane season ramps up, the clock is ticking. Let's act now. And with that, I yield.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor today because for the last few years, I think we can best describe the time in America as a time of record high prices and wide open borders. Prices soared by over 20%, which was a 40-year high. 10 million illegal immigrants flooded across our nation's borders. American families struggled and communities were unsafe. So in November this past year, the American people said, enough. They rejected the chaos and the extremism of the Democrat Party and the Democrat leadership, and they chose Republicans in order to get the country back on track. So the bill that we are voting on this week is the Republican plan, a plan for a safer and more prosperous America. It's a plan to cut taxes, lower prices, secure the border, and of course, to strengthen our nation. It is the blueprint to renew, to rebuild, and to restore our nation. Here's how. First, our bill stops a $4 trillion tax increase. Now, that would be the biggest tax increase in the history of the country. Every Senate Democrat has vowed to stop the bill. That's because the Democrats are the party of record high taxes. They want people's taxes to go up to a tune of $4 trillion. If the Democrats have their way, every working family in America will pay more in taxes. They'll see a higher tax bill next year. So if you make between $30,000 and $80,000 a year, when our bill passes, you're going to get a 15% tax cut. We cut taxes on overtime, on Social Security, and on tips. If you're a waiter, a police officer, a nurse, you're going to keep more of what you earn. If you're on Social Security, you will see more money at the end of each month through a larger deduction. Now, this is real relief for the American people who have been suffering through 4 years of record high prices. Additionally, and as a doctor, I think this is critically important, our bill strengthens Medicaid. Medicaid exists for the vulnerable, for children, for pregnant women, for the disabled. That's who it was set up and established for. But right now, Medicaid is failing them. And the problem, of course, is the waste and the fraud and the abuse and the corruption that has been allowed to get into that system as a result of the last 4 years of liberal leadership in Washington. Experts tell us that over the past number of years, over $1.1 trillion has been wasted on improper payments alone. And Washington was happy to shovel the money out of this city to big states and big cities. States such as California, money meant for the vulnerable was siphoned off. It was diverted for free health care for illegal immigrants. Well, our bill stops all of that. We also believe and add the fact that there needs to be work requirements. Work requirements for able-bodied, working-age people. If people can work, they should work. That's how you move people from poverty to a paycheck. Additionally, our bill secures the borders and deports illegal immigrants. The border has been wide open for the last 4 years. Over 10 million illegal immigrants have come into the country. We've seen the numbers, you've seen the videos, the crime, the chaos allowed by the previous administration. And we've seen how quickly things can change with real leadership in the White House. It's dramatic. It's the improvement that the American people have wanted. Our bill invests $160 billion in public safety, hiring 10,000 new immigration and customs agents, hiring 3,000 new Border Patrol agents, finishing the wall, giving our officers a well-deserved bonus for keeping our communities safe. Additionally, the bill we have unleashes American energy. Under Joe Biden, energy prices rose 31% in 4 years. Well, we fix that by producing more energy right here at home in America. We open up energy production onshore, offshore, and in Alaska. That means affordable gas prices, lower energy bills, good-paying American jobs. It powers innovation here at home. America is an energy superpower, and once again, we're going to act like it. Additionally, our bill restores American strength. For 4 years under Joe Biden, the world saw American weakness. This bill, as well as our actions last weekend, send a clear message. America is strong again. We invest $150 billion in our military. We build 13 new warships, and we boost shipbuilding capacities. Remember, strength deters. Weakness invites aggression. A ready America is a safe and strong America. Well, that's what Americans want. It's what they need, and it's what Americans voted for in November. Lower taxes, safer communities, secure borders, strong economy, leaders who put common sense ahead of chaos. And that's exactly what this bill delivers. This bill keeps the promises that we made to the American people. Well, a vote against the bill, and that's what the Democrats are coming to the floor and they're promising, they're going to beat this thing. That would saddle hardworking Americans with the largest tax increase ever, with open borders, with a weaker economy, a weaker country. And that's what they come to the floor and say they are fighting for. I ask the American people, whose side do you stand on? What is it that you want for your future and your country? Because we know what works. In the 1980s, President Ronald Reagan tamed inflation, cut taxes, and stood strong. It was morning in America. And then in the 90s, in a bipartisan effort, Republicans worked with President Bill Clinton to reform welfare. Millions moved from poverty to a paycheck. We need to do that again. In 2017, we cut taxes, we rolled back red tape, we unleashed American energy, and it created the best economy in my lifetime. Middle-class incomes rose by nearly $6,000 across the board, and energy was much more affordable. We did it before. With this bill, we will do it again. So today, Senate Republicans stand united, united to deliver lower prices, higher wages, and more jobs here at home. This bill that we will vote on this week opens the next chapter in our great American comeback story. Mr. President, Republicans are ready to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
It's okay.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following summer associates in my office be granted floor privileges until June 25th, 2025. Parker Zito, Cole Carmouche, Camille Morrison, and Curtis Laurent.
Without objection.
Mr. President, where is Russia? Where is President Putin? I ask that question in light of what's been happening over the past week in Iran. Where's Russia? Where's President Putin? You couldn't find either one of them with a search party. Dog the Bounty Hunter all of a sudden couldn't find President Putin. All of a sudden, even Google can't find Russia. I thought Iran and Russia were peeps. I thought they were best friends. I mean, for decades, Iran and Russia have had a partnership where they have attacked everyone in the freedom-loving West. They're best buds. Now, I know Iran has a relationship with China, but that's more transactional. China just likes to buy Iran's cheap oil. With Russia and Iran, it was supposed to be a deeper, more meaningful relationship. And this isn't something new. It's been a partnership for decades. I remember when Putin invaded Ukraine, one of the first allies he turned to was Iran. And Iran sent Russia ammunition. And Iran sent Russia artillery shells. And Iran sent Russia drones. And Iran has sent Russia drones and ammunition and artillery shells every single day of the war. So where's Russia? I mean, it hadn't been a good week for Iran. Where's Russia? On Monday of this week, Iran's top diplomat met with President Putin and asked for help. You know what President Putin said he would provide? Nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada. Some kind of friend. And you know, it's not the first time that we've seen President Putin's true colors. It's happened before. You would think that Iran would learn. The month after Iran, through Hamas, attacked Israel, back in October of 2023, Iran immediately asked Moscow to supply Iran with, because Iran knew what was coming, and so did Hamas. They knew retribution was coming from Israel. Iran asked Moscow for jet fighters, for attack helicopters, air defense systems, and training jets. And Iran was sure that their buddy Putin would be there. Putin sent him a few jets and said, "Go away. Don't bother me." And then, not long ago, when Israel took out the better part of Iran's air defense system, its Golden Dome, wasn't exactly golden. It was more like tin. But the Israelis took it out. Iran asked Russia, said, "Look, we have to rearm. We're naked and alone here. We need more air defense missiles to shoot down the Israeli planes." President Putin said, "Go away. Don't bother me." What a friend. President Putin has done it to other countries. Russia has had alliances not just with Iran through the years. I'll give you a couple of examples. Armenia. Armenia and Russia were best buds. 2 peas in a pod. But when Armenia got in a war with Azerbaijan, let me say that again, Azerbaijan, once again, you couldn't find Russia with a search party. Iran and Russia worked together to prop up al-Assad in Syria. Remember that? When the people of Syria were revolting against Assad, who had blood under his fingernails, you know who kept him afloat? Iran, yes, but especially Russia. And then Assad got in trouble. And that's when he really needed Russia. And he went to Mr. Putin and said, "Help me, help me." And Mr. Putin said, "No, you're on your own. You can come to my country where they can't get to you, but that's it. Too bad. I don't need you anymore." I hope a lot's going on with respect to the Middle East right now, but I hope that the world notices what kind of friend Russia is. I hope other countries that Russia has alliances with and that Russia is assiduously courting to be a, quote, partnership, notices how Russia reacts to their friends. Where's Russia? Where's Putin? All of a sudden, you can't find him. Now, I'm delighted with that. I'm just delighted. But this was very, very predictable. With friends like Russia, I say this to every country in the world that might be thinking about partnering with Russia. With friends like Russia, who needs enemies? Let me change the subject slightly, Mr. President. As you know, we're working hard on reconciliation. I suspect we're going to have a bill before us here in a few days. It's very important. It does a lot. And I know reasonable people have disagreed over it. But first and foremost, if we pass the bill, it will represent the largest tax increase in the history of our country. Let me say that again, because sometimes we tend to lose sight of the main purpose of the bill, of the forest, as we start battling about the trees. If we pass this bill, it will be the largest tax cut in the history of America. But the converse is also true. If we don't pass this bill, it will be the largest tax increase on the American people in the history of America. So there are two doors here. Door number one, pass it, largest tax cut in the history of America. Door number two, don't pass it, largest tax increase, $4.3 trillion. That's how much taxes will go up on ordinary Americans, not just the rich. I know they're going to tell you that. It's just the rich. No, it's not. It's ordinary Americans. It's every American. We don't pass this bill, you raise taxes $4.3 trillion on 300 plus million Americans, and you watch this economy go down like a fat guy on a seesaw. We don't have a choice. But as we're discussing reconciliation, there's another issue that I don't want us to forget about. Put up that first chart for me. Reconciliation is about cutting and spending, but what we call rescission is about cutting. As you know, Mr. President, the United States Congress is responsible under our Constitution for passing a budget. And when we pass a budget and send it to the president, any president, the president can either veto it or sign it. What he can't do, or she can't do, is go through it and say, I like this, I want to keep it, I don't like that, I'm going to cut it. That's called a line item veto. President Clinton tried it, and the United States Supreme Court said, can't do it. So the president, once we pass a budget, has to swallow it whole or has to spit it out. But one of the tools that the president does have, the executive branch has, every president has, is the power of rescission. You're going to hear that word a lot, rescission. What does rescission mean? It just means the president looks at the budget and he says, you know I can't change it on my own unilaterally. But I, the president, can ask Congress to change it. I know you just passed this budget, but I think you made a mistake here. I think you shouldn't have spent this money. Or I think you spent too much money and we've got to cut back. So the president can send us what's called a rescission bill. And we've got to take it up. We don't have a choice. And in that rescission bill, the president says just what I just implied. I don't agree with this spending, and I want you, Congress, who put it in there, to take it out. We can't afford it, or it's wasteful spending, what I call spending porn. And we have to take up the president's request, and we can vote yes or we can vote no, but we cannot dodge it. And it only takes a majority vote to pass the president's request. The president has sent to us a rescission package. It's $9.4 billion, as you know, Mr. President. $9.4 billion. The president is asking us to remove spending that Congress appropriated for areas in foreign aid and for public broadcasting. I want to talk about the foreign aid part. We're going to have plenty of time to debate whether we ought to agree with the president. But I want the American people to understand the type of spending porn that President Trump is asking to take out of Congress's budget. The Honorable Jody Arrington, who is a congressman, damn good one too. He's chairman of the House Budget Committee. The congressman put together just a few items in the foreign aid spending provisions that the president's asking us to remove. This list is illustrative. It's not exhaustive. And I just wanted to point a couple of these programs out. Again, this is spending the president is asking us to revoke. You be the judge, folks. It's your money. American people can decide whether we ought to spend their money on this or take it out as the president has requested. 4, here's my chart, but I don't know if you can read it. In fact, it's the wrong chart, Henson. Put up the other one, mate. I'll just mention a couple of the programs. Congress appropriated $4 million for sedentary migrants in Colombia. The president wants us to take it out. Congress appropriated, and let me say, in many of these cases, we didn't appropriate the money for the specific things it was spent on. The bureaucrats did that. We might have sent the executive branch, let's say, $3 million for foreign aid, and the executive branch, the bureaucrats there decided, under President Biden, decided how the money would be spent. So I know Congress is not blameless, believe me, but we did not approve these specific items of expenditures. We approved the amounts and the general subject area like foreign aid. The bureaucrats did the rest. The bureaucrats decided to spend $3 million for circumcision, vasectomies, and condoms in Zambia. You decide whether that's a priority. $3 million for sexual reproductive health in Venezuela. $2.5 million for teaching young children how to make environmentally friendly reproductive health decisions. I didn't know there was any such thing as an environmentally unfriendly reproductive health decision. $167,000 the bureaucracy has spent or is proposing to spend on free education and health care to migrants in Ecuador and Venezuela. $67,000 to provide insect powder to children in Madagascar. Mr. President, have you ever had insect powder? Don't answer that. I don't think I'm even supposed to be asking you under the Senate rules, but I haven't had it. In the area of LGBTQIA and gender programs, and again, you be the judge whether this is something we ought to be spending your money on when we've got $36 trillion of debt. LGBTQIA stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and asexual. The one I had to look up was intersex. Apparently, intersex is when someone identifies as both a man and a woman. The bureaucracy wants to spend $5.1 million to strengthen the, quote, resilience of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and queer global movements. The President has asked us to take it out. $833,000 for services for, quote, transgender people, sex workers and their clients, and sexual networks in Nepal. $643,000 for LGBTQIA programs in the Western Balkans. $567,000 for LGBTQI programs in Uganda. $33,000 for being LGBTI in the Caribbean. In the area of the climate, Mr. President, the bureaucrats want to spend, and President Trump wants us to take it out, $6 million appropriated for net zero cities in Mexico. $2.1 million for climate resilience in Southeast Asia, Latin America, and East Africa. $614,700 for climate adaptation, including growing coral reefs in the Caribbean. $500,000 to Rwanda to buy electric buses. Your money. $8,000 to promote vegan food in Zambia. In terms of electoral assistance, the bureaucracy has some ideas about how we ought to spend the money appropriated to the executive branch to help people in their elections. The bureaucracy wants to spend $1 million on voter ID programs in Haiti. If you know anything about Haiti, it's a mess. They're not about to have elections anytime soon. $889,000 for electoral reforms and voter education in Kenya. In the area of media, arts, and culture, the bureaucracy proposes to spend $6 million to support media organizations and civic life in Palestine, and $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street. This is just a taste, Mr. President. This list is illustrative. It's not exhaustive. So when you see us debating whether we should reduce the federal budget by $9.3 billion, which the House has already decided to do, and now it's our turn, and I say which I have repeatedly said and will continue to say, is that all the President is asking us to do is cut the spending porn from the budget. You can make up your own mind. It's your money. If you think you ought to be spending the money on this, encourage us to vote no. But if you think you could spend this money of yours better than the bureaucracy could, or we could spend it on our kids or our roads or our health care, then encourage us to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I see my colleague, Senator Warren, is here, so I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bombing another country is an act of war. And last week, Donald Trump launched an attack that could spin the United States into another endless war in the Middle East. What followed from that decision can only be described as pure madness. Trump declared total victory. Iran threatened retaliation. Americans in the region were forced to shelter in place. Trump's own team then admitted no one knows where the nuclear materials are and what nuclear capacity Iran might still have. Trump called for regime change, and then last night, just for a moment, we hoped and believed there was a ceasefire, only for us to wake up to frantic posts on social media by the president begging both sides to stop shooting missiles and rockets at each other. Today, the deputy commander of Central Command could not describe what kind of contingency plans the Defense Department was making, or even whether they did or didn't have plans for the U.S. to put boots on the ground in this Middle East conflict. And the classified briefing scheduled for right now that we should be having so that all the senators can ask questions about what has happened and what is currently happening in Iran has just been scrapped by the Republicans for another 48 hours. There is no grand plan. There is no careful effort to develop a responsible U.S. foreign policy designed to keep us all safe. Once again, Donald Trump serves up chaos, dangerous chaos that threatens the long-term security of the American people. New reporting by CNN and the New York Times suggests Donald Trump's bombing of Iran failed to destroy its nuclear program. The media reports highlight that the strikes only set back Iran's nuclear program by a few months, while risking another war in the Middle East. Now, we all agree that Iran should not and cannot have a nuclear weapon. We are committed to that. But the only successful strategy for preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is diplomacy, something that Donald Trump had been pursuing right up until Prime Minister Netanyahu began bombing Iran. That is what we need right now, for all sides to come to the table to build an agreement that is sturdy and that cements lasting peace in place. But Trump's reckless action, backed by many Republicans in Congress, makes it more likely that this crisis escalates into a deadly cycle of violence. Trump's reckless action puts American lives at risk. Trump's reckless action risks initiating another endless war that could last months or even decades as it did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We have the power to put a stop to this madness right now. Senator Kaine has introduced a war powers resolution to stop Donald Trump from turning these Iran bombings into another endless war in the Middle East. Americans don't need another war. Americans don't want another war. They need and want good jobs and lower prices, and that is exactly what we should be focused on. Now, when Donald Trump ran for president, he promised over and over and over that he would lower costs on day one. His words, on day one. And after he was elected, he was told that his policies would drive up costs. Trump said he, quote, couldn't care less. Now we are on day 154, and costs are up. Families are paying more for gas, more for housing, more for electricity. Prices are even going up on baby strollers, or as Donald Trump calls them, the thing you carry babies around in. Yeah, Donald Trump, man of the people. So logically right now, Republicans in Congress are ramming through Trump's big, beautiful bill. A bill that is not designed to bring down costs, but that will rip away health care from over 16 million people and hand that money over to every billionaire CEO who paid to be in front row at Donald Trump's inauguration. For anyone who's watching, I'm here today to read into the record 10 ways that Trump's and Republicans' big, beautiful bill will make your life more expensive. 1, your utility bills may go up. The Republicans' bill will get rid of investments that we've made in clean energy. Now, we need that energy, and the Republicans take our country backwards. It also means that the price of electricity will go up for American families like yours. 2, your rent could go up. How? Republicans are trying to block state and local governments from fighting schemes that predatory housing companies use to artificially jack up the price of rent. 3, if you're a kid from a working class family and you don't have the money to write one check to pay for college, Republicans will make that even more expensive for you. That's right. Republicans want to make it more expensive for you to go to college. They are cutting Pell Grants. 4, Republicans are making your student loan payments go up. Independent experts explain that by changing how student repayment plans work, Republicans could raise your student loan payments by an average of $400 a month. 5, Republicans are making it more expensive to go to medical school. I cannot believe I have to say this, but rich kids should not be the only ones who can become doctors. But this bill would limit how much you can take out to go to medical school, how much you can get in loans. 6, Republicans are making the cost of groceries go up with this bill. They are cutting food assistance, or SNAP, by nearly $200 per person per year. More than 7 million people will have less help, including more than 4 million people who will lose their food assistance altogether. 7, Republicans are increasing the cost of prescription drugs for millions of Americans. By demanding that states require higher copays for prescription drugs from $4 to $35, the cost of a prescription will go up nearly 900% for people on Medicaid. 8, Republicans will send your Affordable Care Act premiums skyrocketing, pushing them up by thousands of dollars, and in some cases, tens of thousands of dollars every year. 9, Republicans will drive up the cost of private health insurance. More than half of all Americans get their insurance through their employer, When a portion of the uncompensated care that happens under the Republican bill is shifted to private insurers, experts estimate that the cost to your family will be increased by hundreds of dollars a year. And 10, Republicans are ripping health care away from Republicans are ripping health insurance away entirely from 16 million people. For those people who will be uninsured, the cost of essential services like X-rays and blood tests will go up. A trip to the emergency room, if God forbid there's an accident, could mean that they go bankrupt. And that's just 10 ways that this bill could raise your costs. That's bad. But what makes the bill worse is that the money you lose does not pay down the national debt or help us rebuild our roads and bridges. Nope. The money you lose will be handed directly to a handful of giant corporations and billionaires in the form of new tax giveaways. Yes, Republicans are stealing your health care to pay for Jeff Bezos's third yacht. And at the same time that working families are worried about war and are scraping together enough money to put food on the table, Jeff Bezos is already celebrating by renting out Venice, all of Venice, for his $10 million wedding. Wow. With control of the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, this is what Republicans decided to do with their power. They decided to drive up your costs and rip health care coverage from millions of people. Really, just imagine that. The Republicans have virtually unlimited power, and they want to use it to kick newborn babies out of the hospital and take wheelchairs away from people with disabilities, all so they can give that money to their billionaire friends and their big corporate donors. It is sickening, and I am angry. I am angry because I believe it shouldn't just be rich kids who are able to afford a trip to the hospital when they fall down and break an arm. I am angry because I believe it isn't just babies from wealthy families who should be able to afford a trip to the pediatrician when they get an ear infection. I am angry because I believe it isn't just parents who are Wall Street bankers who should be able to pay for cancer treatments for their kids. Our nation is better than that. My Republican colleagues should feel ashamed. Experts have run the numbers. 51,000 more people every year will die unnecessarily if this Republican bill becomes law. And the Republican reaction, Senator Joni Ernst proclaimed, well, we're all going to die. And as recently as today, Mitch McConnell is telling Republicans behind closed doors that their party can take a sledgehammer to Medicaid and ignore people's concerns because, quote, they'll get over it. Really? Seniors in nursing homes who get kicked to the curb won't get over it. Little kids who find their mom or dad on the kitchen floor after they couldn't afford insulin won't get over it. Parents who rely on Medicaid to take care of their kid with a disability won't get over it because, make no mistake, people won't stop getting sick. They'll just stop getting care. And it doesn't matter if you're in a red state or a blue state either. And no, if Senate Republicans cut Medicaid, we will not get over it. We will hold you accountable at the ballot box. But right now, this bill is not law. We still have time to stop it, and that is exactly what we should do. Democrats will vote no. We will all vote no. We just need a few courageous Republicans, people who care more about working people instead of billionaires, just a few courageous Republicans to join us and to stop the big, beautiful betrayal from becoming law. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The leader, the
Thank
Democratic
you.
leader.
I'd like to just briefly talk a little bit about the postponement of our hearing that was supposed to be occurring at this time. This last-minute postponement is outrageous, evasive, derelict. Senators deserve full transparency, and the administration has a legal obligation to inform Congress precisely about what is happening. What is the administration so afraid of? Why won't they engage with Congress on the critical details, the results of the recent strike, the scope and trajectory of this conflict, the administration's long-term strategy to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons, and, of course, the potential risks facing American citizens and our brave service members? Such obstruction undermines the very principles of accountability and oversight that guard our democracy. So, Mr. President, if the press reporting about the impact of last weekend's strikes in Iran is true, and I cannot confirm them, then that might be the reason why the administration postponed our classified briefing today at the very last minute and deprived senators of their right to know what's happening. So I ask again, what is the administration hiding? It's time for answers. I yield the floor and thank my colleague from Delaware for her courtesy.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are moments in our lives when everything changes, when the world shifts underneath you and a new reality forms. These are moments when you remember exactly where you were, what you were doing, and who you were with. June 24th, 2022 was one of those days. 3 years ago, I marched with my House colleagues to the Supreme Court. I stood in solidarity with Democrats and Republicans alike. We felt shock, disbelief, anger, and sadness at the loss of one of our fundamental rights. On that day, Roe versus Wade was overturned, and for many, their lives were turned upside down. Since then, extreme Republicans and President Trump have said that abortion is a states' rights issue. States' rights. Yet, over the last 3 years, we've watched quietly and purposefully, they have chipped away at our right, chipped away at our bodily autonomy, because the goal has always been a national abortion ban. 3 Trump-appointed Supreme Court justices and the Dobbs decision later, and we are still watching this unfold. Anti-abortion extremists have been piecing together a puzzle that, when it's completed, will create a national abortion ban. And they add a new piece each and every day. Over the next hour, my colleagues and I will lay out what the Republican national abortion ban looks like, what it means for everyday Americans, and what we can do about it. Because these efforts will hurt all of us, especially young women, women of low income, women in rural areas, and women of color. For me, this is personal. I could have lost my daughter-in-law because she did not get the care she needed. And I remember getting a call on Christmas morning. I was in the kitchen, I was cooking, and I heard my daughter-in-law on the other end of the phone say, "Mom, my water just broke. It's too soon." She went to the hospital, but again, the hospital we went to could not provide the care that she needed for the miscarriage that she was having, and they sent her home. And I remember thinking about all the committee hearings that I had on the health subcommittee in the health committee in the House, and how the data was clear that we in this country have a maternal mortality crisis, that Black women die 3 times the rate of our white counterparts. And all I could think was, we got to get you somewhere. And we did. Fortunately, Ebony is here alive today. Fortunately, Ebony was able to have my beautiful granddaughter because of IVF, I might add. But stories like these are all too common. It disproportionately affects Black and brown women. We face reproductive challenges. We have a higher mortality rate. We have higher rates of reproductive cancers. We have higher rates of preterm births. Like I said, this is personal. We're here today to show the American people that we did not forget about the Dobbs decision, especially because the majority of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, believe that we should have legal and safe abortions. We're here today to tell the Republican Party you can't have it both ways. You can't claim to be the party of personal freedom while telling us what to do with our bodies. President Trump, you can't claim to be the fertilization president while making it more dangerous for women to give birth. You can't claim to be the party of strong economic growth while cutting Medicaid, food assistance, and child care for many women who needed to participate in the workforce, and all to give tax breaks to people who already have all of these resources. We're here today to show extreme Republicans across the nation that we see what you're doing, quietly assembling the pieces of the puzzle. And when it is completed, it will strip Americans of their access to abortion care in red states and blue states. We're here to show just how important it is that we fight this reconciliation bill. Whether you call it a big bad bill, whether you call it a big ugly bill, whatever you call it, this is the moment for people to speak up because it is just another piece of the puzzle. And we're here to shine a light on the ultimate goal of a national abortion ban. I stand here and I think about the young women that I saw as I came to this floor. I think about my niece. I think about my daughter. And I think about my granddaughter. And the fact that they now have less rights than I did, than my mother did, and than my grandmother did. And that today it is important for us to not forget and to make sure that we recognize what this is all about and that we want the best for our young people in this country. And so with that, I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues. Senator Wyden.
President. Senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I want to make sure that the country and this institution knows that the leadership of our new colleague from the state of Delaware is making a difference already. She's been doing yeoman work on this for quite some time. In fact, in the other body, as it's called, the House of Representatives, she stood for the values that have been expressed here today, and we so appreciate her leadership, and I thank her personally for including me. Mr. President, we're on the floor to mark an anniversary of what was essentially the end of women having power over health care decisions. Before Roe versus Wade was overturned, many of my Democratic colleagues and I warned that it would be deadly for women. We were labeled liars and gaslighters and fearmongers. And unfortunately for the women of America, you don't have to take our word for it. Since the Dobbs ruling was handed down 3 years ago, 22 states have passed restrictive, near or total abortion bans, and countless women have died as a direct result of those laws. In Georgia, Amber Nicole Thurman died after she developed an infection during pregnancy and was denied life-saving reproductive care under her state's new abortion law. In Texas, Portia Gomezi
A mom of 2 was expecting her 3rd child when she suddenly developed complications and began miscarrying. She died after going to the ER, where she was denied the care she needed. And she was left, Mr. President, to bleed out, all because her doctors were too scared to perform the necessary medical care under Texas's abortion law. Josely Barnica of Texas was pregnant, hoping to give her daughter another sibling when she developed complications with her pregnancy. She rushed to the hospital, where doctors left her to suffer for 40 hours without giving her the health care she needed. That was because it was illegal under Texas law. She died 3 days later after developing a preventable infection because she had been denied care. Despite federal law that requires providers to give women reproductive care in emergency medical situations, these states are letting women die anyway. Every single one of these deaths was preventable if Republican lawmakers hadn't put abortion bans in place that threaten doctors and hospitals with jail time and other legal actions if they provide necessary reproductive care. Many of the women hurt by these abortion bans are already mothers or women hoping to start a family. But because they're being denied necessary care, those that don't die are often being left with complications that take away their ability to have kids in the future. In Tennessee, Breanna Cecil had to travel out of state, all the way to Chicago to get an abortion after a complication with her pregnancy. But before returning to Tennessee, she developed a recurring infection that resulted in invasive surgery that left her infertile. Breanna says that her state's strict abortion law, quote, took away her fertility. So, Mr. President, I'm going to end very briefly by fast-forwarding to 2025. Republicans don't seem to have learned any lessons. They don't seem fazed by the pain and suffering their laws are causing women and mothers across the land. Instead, they're doubling down on their efforts to restrict access to reproductive care for even more women, this time through a backdoor abortion ban in the reconciliation budget bill. This legislation contains a provision that would strip funding from Planned Parenthood clinics that perform abortion services. And Mr. President, Planned Parenthood does not receive a single dime, not a dime, of federal funding for abortion care. These clinics do receive funding to provide essential care like STD and cancer screenings and annual exams, often for women of color or women living in low-income communities have access to this care. All of this will be ripped away under the Republican big, bad budget bill, alongside the 16 million people they plan on kicking off their health insurance with their Medicaid and affordable care cuts. Before Roe was overturned, I warned repeatedly that the loss of privacy, loss of the right to make your most private decisions free of government intrusion would have a domino effect. Unfortunately, that's become the reality. The overturn of Roe has not stopped at abortion. Since the Dobbs ruling, Republican lawmakers and conservative judges have also taken aim at the use of IVF and contraception. A headline out of Ohio less than 1 week ago reads, Republican lawmakers in Ohio to propose total abortion and IVF ban. The end game for Republicans here is a politician in every single exam room and bedroom in America, a politician between you and your doctor, between you and your spouse. The overturn of Roe has stripped women in America of the right to make their own health care decisions. It has stripped women of control over their own bodies and has stripped women of their basic constitutional rights. Mr. President, ever since I chaired the first ever congressional hearing on access to abortion medication back in 1990, I felt that this was a fundamental right that women were entitled to. And I am just as committed today to battling against these draconian laws as long as it takes to secure women the ability to make their own health care decisions. I see a number of my colleagues on the floor who've been eloquent speakers for women's health care. I want to close by thanking my colleague from Delaware again for championing all of us to be here at this time to make sure that we made a difference and spoke out
We very much appreciate your leadership. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today to mark 3 years since half of America was stripped of their reproductive freedom. That's 3 years of women having fewer constitutional rights and freedoms in this country than their mothers and grandmothers. 3 years of women being forced to travel hours out of state to access basic care, and 3 years of Americans unable to make their own choices about their own bodies, their own health, their own families, their own future. In Wisconsin, women don't have to imagine what the consequences of Roe v. Wade being overturned would be like. We lived it. For 15 months in my state, women were sent back to live under a law that was passed before the Civil War. Yes, you heard me correctly. A law that was passed in 1849, 70 years before women would get the right to vote, and only 1 year after the state of Wisconsin became a state. Women who wanted to control their bodies had to drive hours. They had to arrange childcare, take time off work, and pay for lodging just to access health care. Other pregnant women in our state bled in hospital parking lots for hours until they were on the verge of death before they were legally allowed to receive care. Others, like Megan, one of my constituents, found out that she and her husband were expecting. They found that out in April of 2023. She told me that day rivaled our wedding day for the happiest we'd ever been. But that joy didn't last. At her 20-week ultrasound, Megan discovered that her baby had severe abnormalities and likely would not survive. What's worse, every day that Megan remained pregnant, her life was in danger too. But instead of grieving their loss in private and at home, Megan and her husband were forced to travel to Minnesota to end her pregnancy. She wrote to me last year, "The government claims that if my life is at risk, they would make exceptions. But how sick does one need to be? Do I need to be bleeding out before a doctor can intervene? Does someone need to go septic before a procedure would be performed?" The answers to those questions under Wisconsin's pre-Civil War abortion ban was sadly yes. Thankfully, Wisconsin has restored access to abortion care in 3 counties. That still leaves women in 69 counties who face long drives and wait times to see a doctor for care. Look, I'll be the first to say that we have some serious work to do to give women the full freedom to control their bodies. But instead of listening to the vast majority of Americans and working in good faith to restore Roe, my Republican colleagues are doing just the opposite. The Republicans' big, beautiful betrayal is another step towards a backdoor national abortion ban. Their bill will defund Planned Parenthood, putting access to abortion care once again in jeopardy for Wisconsin women. And for many Americans, Planned Parenthood clinics are the only option they have for affordable health care, from basic reproductive care to life-saving cancer screenings. This big, beautiful betrayal bill says that the mother of 3, the young woman trying to make ends meet, the veteran in need of care, and anyone else on Medicaid can't use their coverage at Planned Parenthood for things like annual checkups, cancer screenings, birth control. Not abortion, just basic health care that everyone needs, and that my Republican colleagues, by the way, say they support. But by doing this, it will defund one of the only abortion providers in many places and take Republicans one step closer to their ultimate goal of banning abortion nationwide. It is no secret that this has been their plan. Since the day Roe was decided, it has become the mission of so many Republicans to turn back the clock and take away this constitutional right, this freedom. And it's all came to a head when our current president was last in office. Our current president's litmus test when nominating Supreme Court justices was, of course, if they would rule to take away a woman's right to abortion. I don't think I need to tell you what happened next. But overturning Roe was not enough for President Trump. In just the past 5 months, he has worked to undermine a woman's right to life-saving abortion care under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, otherwise known as EMTALA. He has worked to freeze Title X funding for family planning and reproductive health services like birth control. He has worked to remove medically sound expert information on reproductive care from government websites. And he has worked to jeopardize protections for women who are harassed while accessing clinics. While Republicans advance their plan that will further restrict a woman's right to choose, Democrats are fighting back. Today, alongside every one of my Democratic colleagues, I introduced the Women's Health Protection Act to do what most Americans want: restore reproductive freedom for women nationwide. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, with whom I worked so closely on the Women's Health Protection Act over so many years. This bill would tell Republicans to butt out of women's health care, ensuring that states can't impose medically unnecessary restrictions like mandatory waiting periods or invasive ultrasounds that infringe upon a woman's right to choose. Today, we're not just marking 3 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned. We're marking 3 years of my Republican colleagues actively blocking any progress to restore the right to choose. We're marking 3 years of women's lives being endangered because Republicans are in our exam rooms, and lawyers across this country are truly playing doctors. And after 3 years of swearing abortion is an issue for the states, this president is chipping away even further at this freedom, and my Republican colleagues are advancing a plan to further undercut access to affordable reproductive care nationwide. Well, we're not giving up. We're with the 2/3 of Americans who opposed the Dobbs decision and the fundamental rights that it stole from millions of women in this country. And we are going to fight every day until those rights are restored.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so honored to follow my colleague from Wisconsin, who has been such a steadfast and strong partner in this effort to advance the Women's Health Protection Act. And I will be honest in this chamber. When we first introduced this measure, almost 15 years ago, the idea that Roe v. Wade could or would be tossed aside was unimaginable. It was firmly established law for decades, relied on by American women and men. And in a stroke of catastrophic, misguided ruling, the Supreme Court cast it aside, ignoring strong precedent, all the doctrines of law that normally would apply. And so the Women's Health Protection Act now is more necessary than ever before, certainly than in the days when we first offered it. And my own involvement actually in this issue began when I was law clerk to Justice Blackmun in the year after Roe v. Wade. And there was still controversy about whether Roe would survive. But in decision after decision, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed it. And in fact, as a member of the Connecticut State Senate, I offered a bill, and it passed, to codify Roe v. Wade in our state laws in Connecticut. Connecticut has led the nation proudly in protecting reproductive rights, in safeguarding access to clinics where abortion services are provided, in fighting for Planned Parenthood funding, in protecting doctors who provide these critical services to women coming from other states that may actually criminalize that kind of care. But we know now what the challenge is and what we must do. The Women's Health Protection Act should be the law of our land, but in the meantime, we have to fight the efforts to handicap and straitjacket women in their efforts simply to seek basic health care. We are in the midst of an assault on women's health care. It's really an attack on women and families. Men have a stake in this fight. You cannot escape this issue simply because you are a man. It affects you and your families as much as it does women. The decision in Dobbs stripped millions of women of the freedom to make their own health care decisions. The idea that Dobbs would simply return the issue of reproductive rights to the state was always disingenuous. And states across the country have created a full-blown healthcare crisis in the chaos and confusion that has ensued. Since Dobbs, more than 31 million women live in states where abortion is banned or under the threat of banning it, and nearly 9 million women live in the 12 states with bills proposing to bring homicide charges against them for having an abortion. And the effects of Dobbs don't have to be a matter of speculation anymore. I actually commissioned or requested a study from the GAO in 2022 about the economic effects of Dobbs. That report has just been released 3 years later, and my first reaction was, why did it take so long? But my second reaction was, thank goodness you took that long and you did an honest and accurate appraisal of what the effects are. And here is the bottom line. Dobbs has been a death sentence, literally a death sentence for countless women, and it has been a condemnation to financial disaster for many more. This study shows inextricably the link between denial of health care and the maternal mortality rate for women and their financial distress, even if they survive. The Trump administration has aggravated this problem in literally just recent weeks. On June 19th, 2025, a Trump-appointed federal judge struck down a Biden administration rule that strengthened privacy protections for information related to reproductive health care, such as abortion and gender-affirming care. On March 5th, 2025, President Trump announced his administration would no longer enforce a federal law that requires hospitals to provide women abortion care in an emergency when their lives are threatened, when literally they could die. No longer will emergency rooms be required to provide that care. On April 1 of this year, the Trump administration began withholding tens of millions of dollars under Title X in family grants for Planned Parenthood and other organizations in our country that support critical family planning efforts and preventive health care, including cancer screening, pregnancy testing, birth control, treatment of sexually transmitted infections, infertility services, and more. It's not just efforts to prevent abortion. It's a war on women's health launched by this administration. And unfortunately, this administration is just getting started. The fact is that unsafe and unintended pregnancies have huge costs in lives and dollars, impacting all of us. And that's why I'm proud to live in Connecticut, that has expanded abortion care and ensured that women in other states could access compassionate care if necessary. But the attacks by Republicans continue, and they are attacks on reproductive freedom, on women's health care, seeking now to restrict access to abortion medication, refusing to recognize the right to use contraceptives, working to defund preventative health care through Medicaid in clinics like Planned Parenthood. So I'm proud to continue this fight. It's a fight that we absolutely must win. May not be in the next days, but we will be fighting in the next days against the provisions of this big, ugly betrayal that so disgrace our nation, if passed. And I am grateful for all of the members on our side who are joining us today on this third anniversary of Dobbs to say enough is enough. We need to protect reproductive freedoms from this onslaught against them. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
From Nevada.
Mr. President, right now, this administration is causing so much chaos and confusion that it's sometimes hard to take stock of the damage being done. But the anniversary of the day today for Roe versus Wade, when it was overturned, is a reminder that we can't let all that chaos distract us from the work being done to roll back women's reproductive rights right under our noses. And I have to thank my colleague from Delaware, Elisa Blunt Rochester, and all of my colleagues today for really bringing attention, a focus to the important work we do as senators, but really highlighting the impact that decisions made by some of our colleagues, including those in the White House, are having a devastating impact across this country on women and women's health care rights. One of the things that's happening right now is this Republican tax bill that they're trying to force through Congress right now. This tax bill essentially guts reproductive health care in this country. The Republicans' billionaire tax giveaway bill, we know it, is a bill that will cut $800 billion in Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for wealthiest Americans. But the legislation that passed the House would also decimate women's health care. Not only would it force cuts to critical services in this country, but it also cuts off Medicaid funding for Planned Parenthood. That Medicaid funding wouldn't be going towards abortions. Planned Parenthood providers distribute birth control, conduct wellness exams, test for and treat STIs, and provide life-saving cancer screenings. For many Americans with Medicaid, especially in underserved areas, Planned Parenthood is the only accessible source of this care. Defunding it, which is what the Republicans want to do in this reconciliation bill, jeopardizes basic health care services that more than 1 million men and women rely on. It's already outrageous that so many Planned Parenthood health centers in anti-choice states around the country have been forced to close over the last several years. But if they are prohibited from treating patients with Medicaid nationwide, many clinics, even in states where abortion remains legal, like my state, Nevada, may be forced to close their doors. So, in states like mine, where women have access to essential reproductive care, Republicans are working to strip that access away, ignoring the will of states like Nevada that have chosen to protect these rights. Republican legislators in states across the country are also quietly working to gut access to reproductive care. Last November, voters in 7 different states approved ballot measures to protect or expand reproductive rights. But in the months since, extremist politicians in more than half of those states have tried to ignore the will of their voters and push new restrictions on abortion access. And in several other states, anti-choice politicians are working to block similar ballot initiatives in the future. They're trying to ignore what people have clearly voted for, and then they're trying to make it so people can't actually vote on those issues at all. Because let's be clear, for anti-choice politicians, this is about controlling women. Let me give you an example. In Arizona, voters went to the polls last November and overwhelmingly chose to enshrine abortion protections in their state constitution. But since then, Republican politicians in their state legislature have been trying to pass bills that would limit the use of medication abortion and ban doctors from even informing women about abortion as a potential treatment option. Or how about Missouri, where anti-choice politicians are trying to get a measure on the ballot that would overturn the abortion rights protections Missouri voters just approved last November. These plots to subvert the will of voters and roll back women's rights in the states may not be capturing everyone's attention right now, but it is happening, and we need to shed light on it because it's just as dangerous as some of the harmful policies coming out of this administration. We can't forget that this administration is also taking steps to take away women's reproductive rights without any input from legislators at all. The Food and Drug Administration has appointed commissioners who want to re-examine the safety of the abortion pill mifepristone. And no surprise, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is encouraging it. He's already asked the FDA to review the latest data on mifepristone. Secretary Kennedy is raising questions and injecting doubt about this medication that has already been proven to be safe and effective over the years. This is a man who at one time said he believed it was always the woman's right to choose. Mifepristone accounts for over 60% of abortions nationwide. Any attempts to restrict access to this medication would jeopardize the health and autonomy of women in Nevada and across the country. This is an overt tactic by the administration to continue to take away access to the abortion pill nationwide. In fact, the Trump administration made it more clear than ever they're not concerned about women's safety when they eliminated guidance that hospitals have to provide abortions in emergency situations. We have a law in this country that hospitals that receive federal funding are required to provide medical care to stabilize a health emergency, including for pregnant patients. In cases where an abortion is necessary to stabilize a patient, hospitals are obligated to provide that care. It's called the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, or EMTALA, as many people know it. Now, I want to stress that EMTALA is the law of the land, and emergency abortion care is protected under EMTALA. But the problem is that this administration is telling women they are unwilling to enforce these protections. That is incredibly dangerous, and it ignores the laws. It might not be front page news every day, but when you take all of these actions together, it is clear that this administration and Republicans at every level of government are taking the steps they need to implement a nationwide abortion ban. We have to remain vigilant, demand change when these harmful policies emerge, because we know that anti-choice politicians all across the country, including here in Washington, will continue to push them and take away women's access to health care. It's happening at the Supreme Court, too, where the justices who struck down Roe versus Wade are taking up multiple abortion rights cases. So, as we mark the anniversary of the decision to overturn Roe versus Wade, which took the constitutional right to an abortion away from every woman in this country, I want to thank my colleagues who are standing strong and standing with me today and every day in this fight. We will never stop pushing back against this administration's and any other anti-choice politicians' attempts to make women second-class citizens in America. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Democratic Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak for up to 4 minutes each prior to the scheduled vote: Hassan, Klobuchar, Blunt Rochester, and now me.
Without objection.
Thank you. So, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester, for holding this floor block to mark a grim, very grim anniversary in America. 3 years ago today, as we know, MAGA justices on the court eliminated the protections of Roe in the disastrous, terrible, nasty Dobbs decision. In one fell swoop, hard white justices overturned decades of precedent and ripped away the fundamental right to choose for millions of American women. When the Dobbs decision was leaked, I stood here on the floor and said it would be one of the, quote, one of the worst and most damaging opinions the court has handed down in modern history. And unfortunately, 3 years later, that much has proved to be true. Today, 21 states have significantly restricted the right to choose. At least 14 states have passed what are practically total abortion bans. In a state like Texas, maternal mortality is spiking. 1 in 5 Americans today have to travel great distances, even across state lines, and wait weeks or more to get the care they need. People are dying because of the Dobbs decision. And listen to this. State-level restrictions on abortion, combined with the lack of federal protections, are costing the U.S. economy $133 billion nationally. Without reproductive health care protections, fewer women are participating in the workforce, stunting our economy. It's utterly regressive. Around the Capitol today are women telling their stories, and they're amazing and they're heart-wrenching. I stood alongside several reproductive rights advocates, including 2 women whose lives have been upended because of Dobbs. Shanette Williams, the mother of Amber Thurman, the first woman recorded in Georgia to die because of lack of abortion care. And Ashley Ortiz, who couldn't get the care she needed because of Arizona's extreme abortion ban. And Shanette and Ashley's stories are just 2 examples of the irreparable harm Dobbs has inflicted. There are countless more stories like theirs we'll never hear about. The anti-choice fanatics in the Republican Party spent decades campaigning to end Roe. Now that the damage is done, Republicans aren't backing down on this issue, they're doubling down. As I speak, Republicans are trying to jam through one of the most extreme, radical anti-choice provisions in their big, ugly betrayal, specifically they've snuck two provisions into their bill, one defunding Planned Parenthood, one eliminating coverage for comprehensive reproductive care. So, Dobbs may have set us back, but today, with Senator Baldwin as our lead, we will again introduce the Women's Health Protection Act to ensure that health care providers have the statutory right to provide patients abortion services free from bans and restrictions. Republicans know to their core how deeply unpopular their abortion bans are, and that's why many Senate Republicans tried to run away from the Dobbs decision at first. But unfortunately, they're back to their normal ways, trying to achieve a total nationwide ban. Senate Democrats will continue to stand together and fight back against Republicans every step of the way. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to colleagues to stand up for the freedom of American women as we mark the anniversary of the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. And I want to thank Senator Blunt-Rochester and my colleagues for leading this effort on the floor this afternoon. In New Hampshire, we proudly call ourselves the live free or die state. And today I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what the Dobbs decision, a decision that represents the largest attack on freedom in modern American political history, means not only for the future of American women, but even more fundamentally, for freedom in our democracy itself. It's difficult to keep up with the Trump administration's attacks on freedom, with attacks on our rights to due process, freedom of speech and expression, freedom to vote, and more. Perhaps the president hopes that with each cascading outrage, the American people will forget that he set in motion the events that led to the Supreme Court taking away freedom from half of our population, the fundamental freedom of a woman to make her own health decisions. But of course, we haven't forgotten. We Americans have never been inclined to forget attacks on our liberties. What did the Dobbs decision mean? It took away a woman's freedom to make deeply personal health decisions, the freedom to decide when and if to start a family, the freedom to get life-saving care when a woman's health is imperiled while pregnant. This is more than a freedom to get a specific medical procedure. In practice, we're talking about the freedom to chart one's own future, a freedom which should be enjoyed by all free and equal citizens in a democracy. But with the Dobbs decision, for the first time in our country's history, our daughters are now less free than their mothers were at their age. Since the Dobbs decision, we've become a country where fundamental freedom can vanish once a woman crosses a state line. We've returned to a kind of sectionalism of bygone eras that history should have taught us to avoid, where women who are pregnant and live in states with draconian laws banning abortion know that in the event of a dire medical emergency, they may have to make a long drive to cross state lines or run the risk of being thrown in jail for just trying to get life-saving care. This isn't hypothetical. Already lives have been imperiled and even lost in experiences that we've heard from Georgia, Florida, Texas, and in states all across the country. Indeed, at this very moment, members of this body are seeking to pass legislation, the Republican budget bill, which would, among other measures, make it impossible for many women to get the care that they need and shut down women's health care clinics all across the country. Their legislation is effectively the final step in establishing a backdoor national abortion ban. So to my Republican colleagues, please stop singing the same song to us that the women of America are being alarmist, a song that we heard before Roe was overturned and that we've continued to hear since. I want to know just when exactly, in the process of having one's freedom stripped away, are we allowed to become alarmed? Are we only allowed to be concerned about losing a fundamental freedom once that freedom has become nothing more than a memory? Ultimately, behind all of this talk of laws and precedent, of state statutes and federal, behind all the medical discussion about women's health care, the anniversary of the Supreme Court overturning Roe begs us to ask a question as simple and fundamental as they come, a question that the opponents of reproductive freedom and the President himself ought to answer. When our Declaration of Independence declared that all are created equal, does that promise belong to American women? Or do we believe that truth is not self-evident after all? When the suffragettes at Seneca Falls wrote that they insist that women have immediate admission to all the rights and privileges which belong to them as citizens of the United States, do we still believe those words? Or were the suffragettes wrong? Do we believe that we are better off when everyone gets to chart their own future? In the land of the free, do the full blessings of liberty belong to our daughters as well as our sons? And can a democracy like ours persist when, divided by state lines, half its people live half free? In the end, that's what this debate is really all about. So what is it on this anniversary that America's women ask for? It's simple. They want what all Americans want. Their aspiration is to be free. And so long as we wish to call ourselves the world's greatest democracy, the President and this body would do well to remember our country's promise and heed their call. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today on the third anniversary of the Supreme Court's decision to shred nearly 5 decades of precedent protecting a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, to say that now is the time to protect freedom. And I appreciated the words of Senator Hassan from the state of New Hampshire, a state grounded in freedom, for her focus on freedom. I also thank Senator Lisa Blunt Rochester for bringing us together today. In the 3 years since the Supreme Court went against the 70% of Americans who believe that health care decisions should be made by a woman with her family and her doctor instead of by politicians, women have been at the mercy of a patchwork of state laws that are creating chaos when it comes to accessing reproductive health care. Today, 20 states partially or fully ban abortion, affecting more than 31 million women across the country. I ask why women in Minnesota should have different rights, different fundamental rights than women in Texas, why a woman in Oregon should have different rights than a woman in Georgia. Women are also being forced away from emergency rooms and left to travel hundreds of miles for health care. And doctors are being threatened with prosecution for just doing their jobs. In Texas, a pregnant teenager died after being denied care at 3 different hospitals. I'll never forget the gut-wrenching testimony I heard from another woman, Amanda Zawalski, at a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. She nearly died from sepsis after being forced to carry her stillborn daughter, Willow, to term due to Texas's abortion ban. It was a heartbreaking story. President Trump has made clear that he was and is, in his own words, proudly the person who ended Roe v. Wade. And his administration is continuing its assault on women's reproductive freedom. The Trump administration has rolled back policies that protect access to life-saving abortion care during medical crises. It has announced it will be putting mifepristone under review, despite the fact that the American Medical Association stated that, quote, there is no evidence that people are harmed by having access to this safe and effective medication, end quote. That has been on the market, I would add, for more than 2 decades and is safely used in 90 countries. But the Trump administration has decided, well, we know better. We know better than the American Medical Association. We know better than the women of the country that have been using this medication safely. We know better than 90 other countries. And the president is putting forward nominees to the federal bench, including ones that I have recently questioned, with a demonstrated hostility to reproductive freedom. As if this was enough, congressional Republicans are also seeking to pass a budget that would leave 1.1 million patients who rely on Planned Parenthood health centers for critical and life-saving services like cancer screening, STI tests and treatment, and birth control, among other things, with nowhere to go. We are at a pivotal moment for women's rights in this country. Are we going to continue to move forward? Or are we going to be sent further back in time? Enough is enough. As my colleagues have made clear today, we refuse to back down. We refuse to give up. We will not settle for a world in which our daughters and our granddaughters have fewer rights than their moms and fewer rights than their grandmas. We need to codify the protections of Roe v. Wade into law once and for all and guarantee the right to access care. That's why we must pass the Women's Health Protection Act, the first step in addressing the devastating reproductive health care crisis that Dobbs unleashed, and keep fighting any effort to deprive women of the health care we need and deserve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, as I close out this time, I had prepared remarks for my closing, but a word keeps ringing over and over in my head, and that is freedom. And as I stand here, why today is so important is because it is, again, another chipping at our freedoms. I stand here as a Black woman who has, in our history, knowledge of what it means for your bodily autonomy to be taken. I stand here today looking at a picture of my granddaughter, who I want to have the same rights that I had growing up. Today, we mark a 3-year anniversary, but we also have an opportunity to commit to what our future will look like. This very week, we potentially will see a bill on this floor that will again chip away at health care, when we know that 40% of the births in this country are through Medicaid. Chip away at our rights. And so I thank my colleagues for their powerful words today. I thank all of the advocates who came and spoke to us today, all of the individuals who are still fighting the good fight to make sure that we have the rights that we deserve. I will end with a story of an individual who I just met today. Her name is Nancy Davis, and she was a patient in Louisiana. She said, when I was 10 weeks pregnant, doctors informed me that my baby had acrania, a rare condition that was fatal for my baby and dangerous for me. Naturally, I was heartbroken and scared, but I trusted that I would receive the necessary medical treatment so that my family and I could begin healing. Unfortunately, I was wrong. Just a few weeks before I received my diagnosis, the Supreme Court issued the decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, overturning Roe versus Wade and eliminating the legal right to an abortion. The fallout from that decision was fast, with states across the country starting to enforce cruel and dangerous abortion bans. My home state of Louisiana has some of the strictest abortion laws in the country, and even though I needed to terminate my pregnancy to protect my own health and safety, I was told I could not receive care at the hospital in Baton Rouge. Instead of being able to process the diagnosis and grieve the loss of the pregnancy at home with my family, I had to scramble to find a way out of Louisiana to access abortion care. I found myself in a situation I never thought I would be in, forced to travel 1,500 miles to get the care that I needed and deserved. I experienced not only a denial of necessary medical care, but a denial of compassion and my right to make my own decisions about my own health. I felt dehumanized and stripped of my most fundamental rights. I knew what I needed to do to protect my health, and my doctors agreed, but local lawmakers who will never know me or understand my situation had the final say. The system failed me, and I am just as outraged today as I was then. Today, let's turn that outrage into action. Spread the word about what is coming to this floor. Make sure that people stand up, use their voices, use this moment. Freedom. That's what this is about, freedom. I yield back.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Dabber nomination.
Without objection. Clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Paul Dabber of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Commerce, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Paul Dabber of New York to be Deputy Secretary of Commerce shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Curtis, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, King, Klobuchar, Lummis, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Young. Senators voting the negative: also Brooks, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Paul, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Justice, Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Markey, Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Bennett, Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Hirono, Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. Aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 42, and the motion is agreed to. Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 298, S-Res 299, and S-Res 300.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands in recess until 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday, June 25th. That following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to the date, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume consideration of calendar number 140, Paul Dabber, and the Senate vote on confirmation at 4:15. And following disposition of the Dabber nomination, the Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on calendar number 93, Kenneth Keys, and if cloture is invoked on the Keys nomination, the Senate vote on confirmation at the time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democrat leader on Thursday, June 26th. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session of the Senate, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand in recess until the previous order following the remarks of Senator Merkley.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I ask unanimous consent to grant floor privileges to my interns on their shadow days as follows: Vincent Shoeships for June 24th, 2025, and Emma Singleton for July 24th, 2025.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've come to the floor to talk about debt, and more precisely, how the Republican Party has been driving massive increases in debt over the last couple decades, both in 2 ways. The first way is by particular legislative acts, primarily tax bills that have created enormous debt. And the second is by steadily eroding the framework for budgeting and controlling our difference between our revenues and our expenditures that was created in 1974. If we want to think about the big factors that have been driving up deficits and therefore debt, well, the big factors in recent history: war in Afghanistan, massive. War in Iraq, massive. The Bush tax cuts of 2001 and 2003, the Trump tax cuts of 2017. These were huge factors in vastly reducing revenue, primarily by giving enormous giveaways to the very richest Americans. Well, that's not all the Republican Party's been up to in terms of driving massive increases in deficit and debt. They've also been hard at work destroying the infrastructure that all 100 senators agreed to back in 1974 to get a handle on debt. Well, let's return to the deficits of 1971, 1972, 1973. Those deficits on average were $20 billion. $20 billion compared to $2 trillion now. And yet that $20 billion in deficit, average deficit over those 3 years, was enough to have the members of the Senate and the members of the House say, we have to get this under control. If we don't get this under control, we're going to undermine the ability of our work to provide a good foundation for families to thrive in the future through good, strong programs for housing and health care and education, good, strong programs to create good-paying jobs, good programs for the security of the United States of America. We're going to undermine all of that, the future for the next generation, if we run up these deficits. So they created that 1974 Act. And that 1974 Act had a couple different visions. One was a regular budgeting process. That regular budgeting process was laid out. This is the way that you can, at the front end of each fiscal year, or preparing for each fiscal year, you can lay out a vision for how much you're going to spend and how much revenue you're going to create. And those expenditures will be laid out committee by committee. And then we'll hold people to it, and we can basically do what a family does, have control over our income and our outgo, our revenue and our expenditures, and therefore control over deficits. That was the vision. Now, that bill also created something completely separate from that, and that was called reconciliation. And reconciliation is a special, fast-track, filibuster-free path. For one reason it was created, all 100 senators agreed, to reduce the deficit. You can think of Robert Byrd, who was the fiercest defender of the filibuster, that is the 60 votes required to close debate. Yet even he said, yes, I'm fine setting aside that power that gives strength and leverage to the minority for the purpose of reducing the deficit, that one purpose. Well, that was in 1974. Now let's go fast forward to 1996, 22 years later. You have a Republican House and a Republican Senate. It's the back end of the Gingrich Revolution, the election that occurred in 1994 and with people serving from 95 to 97. And there had been several interesting things that happened that year in 1996. And one of them was that Congress said, let's give the president a line item veto so that programs can be struck down by the president of the United States. And the Supreme Court said, not so fast. The Constitution's very clear. It gives the power of the purse to Congress, not to the President of the United States. If you want to give the power to decide what's spent to the President, well, then you have to do a constitutional amendment. Well, that was the end of the line item veto. And then the next thing was turned to, well, let's do a balanced budget amendment. Well, a balanced budget amendment requires 2/3 of each chamber of those duly elected to say yes to the bill, and then it has to be sent out because it's a constitutional amendment to be confirmed by 3/4 of the states. That's a big undertaking. In the Senate, it was one vote short of having the 67 votes it needed to be passed. Well, that was a very frustrating situation to be in, one vote short. And then the leaders of the House and Senate, the Republican leaders of the House and Senate, said, well, you know, we have this other objective. We want to do a tax bill that will give vast sums of the U.S. Treasury to the very richest Americans, and we know Democrats won't stand for that, so we can't do it the regular order. Let's take that special reconciliation bill, that reconciliation process created in 1974, only for deficit reduction, and let's repurpose it to do deficit increases. But there's a problem there. The whole history was quite clear, and you had 22 years of precedent to back up the plain language. So what's to be done? Well, the leader of the Senate, Robert Dole, brought in a new parliamentarian, Robert Dove, who then created a ruling saying, despite the bill, what it says, and despite the 22 years of precedence, this fast track can be used to do tax breaks and increase deficit. Well, that was a core pillar of the 74 bill, a fast track only for deficit reduction, a filibuster-free path only for deficit reduction. And my Republican colleagues tore it down. Now, they didn't use it immediately because President Clinton, a Democrat, was in the Oval Office. And as it turned out, a deal was worked out on other issues, so they didn't do that tax bill until Bush came in 2001. And then they used that power created in 1996. The reason I'm going through this is to convey that my colleagues who have talked about fiscal responsibility have been misleading America. Because while they talked about fiscal responsibility, in practice, they've been running up massive deficits and debt for the people of this country. Through the war in Afghanistan, through the war in Iraq, through the 2001 tax bill that Bush put forward, through his 2003 tax bill, through the Trump 2017 tax bill, and they've been destroying the discipline for this special reconciliation process that was designed only for deficit reduction. But that nuclear event of 1996, in which black became white and white became black, the total betrayal of those senators who voted, 100 of them, for a special filibuster-free process only for deficit reduction, a total betrayal of them, but two things survived. One was that there would be no ability to use reconciliation for deficits creation, increases, outside of the 10-year window. And the third was continuing to use honest numbers. The Joint Committee on Taxation for Revenue, the Congressional Budget Office for expenditures. In fact, CBO was created by that 1974 bill. So nonpartisan entities that would give us honest numbers. So we would quit lying to ourselves every time there was a bill about what it costs. Quit lying to ourselves about what a tax provision change would mean. We'd be honest with ourselves. And you know, it's like a family doing their budget. If they say, well, we're only going to go out to dinner once a month to save money, but the reality is they know that they're going to go out to dinner 10 times a month, they're just deceiving themselves. So they're putting something in their budget that isn't real. So the idea was integrity. Integrity with ourselves, integrity with the American people. But this brings us to this moment, right now, on the reconciliation bill. Because those two pillars of fiscal responsibility that survived the 1996 nuclear action by my Republican colleagues, the two pillars that survived, one, no deficits after 10 years, no increase in deficits after 10 years, and second, using honest numbers, those are under complete assault right now. And it's through something that is called, by my Republican colleagues, a current policy baseline. Well, let me explain what this means. Normally, you have a bill, and there's a provision in the bill, and that provision says, do this. And it goes to the Joint Committee on Taxation, and they say if it's a revenue measure, here's how much money that it will raise, as compared to not having that provision in the bill. Not having that provision in the bill is current law. Putting the provision in the bill is the vision that's being costed out for an honest decision making. So here's a provision, how much will it cost? Here's a change in a program, how much will that cost? That's the normal process, and that's the normal process of integrity in any budgeting process. We're going to make a change in what we're doing. How much will it cost? But along comes the decision by my colleague, who I work with so well on so many things, but on this profoundly disagree with him the chair of the Budget Committee, and says, let's stop doing that process where there is a provision in the bill that changes the law, and therefore we will estimate how much it costs. Instead, he says, we will simply pretend that a provision in the bill that ended a tax break, and now the provision continues that tax break, and therefore it costs money as compared to current law. We'll pretend that all along we knew that it would go on forever, and therefore it costs nothing. Well, this is a type of smoke and mirrors that the entire 1974 Act was designed to stop. Let's stop pretending. Let's stop trying to camouflage what things cost when we make decisions, when we pass laws here. Let's be honest with ourselves. Let's be honest with the American people. So this strategy, how is this to be accomplished? Well, my colleague, the chair of the Budget Committee, looks to a provision, Section 312 in the law. So let's talk about Section 312. Section 312 is a provision not in Section 313, which is for reconciliation. Section 312 is completely separate, and it has never been used in reconciliation. And it was designed to resolve small technical changes. So let's look at the record of 312. Again, this provision says the chair, actually it says the Budget Committee, not the chair, but the Budget Committee has authority to resolve some technical problems that occur in the process of normal budget bills, not reconciliation, normal budget bills. So here are the times it's been used, this provision from 312. It has always been used in a bipartisan way, always with consultation, support from Democrats and Republicans to resolve a technical issue. For the first time, my colleague, the chair of the Budget Committee, is saying we're going to use it in a partisan fashion, where there's no agreement worked out on how to solve a technical issue. We're going to do something that's pure partisan because we want to hide the cost of this reconciliation bill. A second point is that Section 312 has never been used in a broad fashion. It's always been about a narrow provision, again, not in a reconciliation bill. It's been used routinely to enforce spending allocations by committee. It's been used for the Crime Victims Fund. It's been used for the power marketing administrations. It's been used to prevent double counting of a dairy program. It made some adjustments to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, all these done in a bipartisan way on a very narrow issue. And then there's now, where it is no longer a narrow issue, it's about the entire cost of the bill. 312 has been used to resolve ambiguities. Again, each and every time, resolve ambiguity in a bipartisan way on a narrow issue, except now it's not about resolving ambiguity, it's about lying to the American people about what the bill costs. And has it ever been used in reconciliation before? No, because it's not part of the two sections that control the reconciliation process, 310 and 313. It's not part of that at all. It's never been used in reconciliation. Not once, not ever, because it is not part of the law that guides reconciliation. And finally, I want to emphasize that because it's been about narrow issues, the amount of money involved has been related to those more narrow provisions. Yes, they sound large when they're in the millions. Even once, on the adjustments to the Fiscal Responsibility Act, about $3 billion, $2.8 billion. But now we are talking not about a couple billions, we are talking about more than $36 trillion. Wow. That's something. In every possible way, 312 power, giving the Budget Committee the ability to resolve small technical issues outside of reconciliation, doesn't fit with using it now to create a magical baseline to, well, obfuscate what things cost. You know, the cost of this bill, the provisions in this bill, as compared to not having the provisions in the bill, is a cost of about $3 trillion over 10 years. And I think the most recent estimate, 32 trillion-ish, 37 trillion. And yet, here is and that's over 30 years. Here we have the effort to tell the world that, no, don't worry, it's only a couple $100 billion, the cost. I was struck this morning by the estimate came from the Joint Committee on Taxation, which laid out that the revenue portion of this bill will now reduce revenue over a 10-year period by over $4 trillion, while my colleagues are telling the world, no, it'll only reduce it by less than $1 trillion. Let's stop that type of destruction of the budgeting process. I mean, it's not just that we are lying to ourselves and to the American people about the cost of this bill. We are also destroying that boundary which said, that survived the 1996, that said there'll be no deficits in any single title in any single year after the budget window, and the budget window is a 10-year period. You know, this morning I read back through Section 313, and right in Section 313, it lays it out again, no deficit creation in any title in any year after the budget window. So I'm coming to the floor to say to my colleagues, do not corrupt the very instruments we created in a bipartisan fashion to control the deficit. Do not use a fake baseline to lie to the American public about the cost of the provisions in this bill. Do not breach the boundary in which you're now going to create deficits beyond a 10-year period. The reason we had that estimate of $37 trillion over 30 years is because now the measures in the bill continue on that create deficits as far as the eye can see, and CBO said we can only estimate it out 30 years. So that's the number. Roughly $3 trillion over 10 years, but $37 trillion over 30 years. And CBO also told us, the Congressional Budget Office, that nonpartisan keeper of integrity in budget discussions, said if our estimate of the interest rate is 1% off, it will cost about another $24 trillion on top of this. So what are we talking about then? We're talking about over $60 trillion over 30 years. How does that compare to what we have now? Well, we are actually in the mid-30s right now in terms of our federal debt. We are now over 100% of debt to GDP. You know, I had thought as I got into this discussion that we were at the 100% mark, and that is that our amount of national debt had reached the amount of our gross domestic product. But when I rechecked it, no, we're over it. We're beyond it. How are we going to be responsible architects of our national journey if we're going to keep pretending that things don't cost in the bills that we pass? If we don't use honest numbers? If we destroy the framework created in '74 that said no deficits after 10 years? That's not the right course. And we will keep raising, we, the Democratic side of the aisle, will keep raising this issue, because this bill should never go through this body on false premise, on a fake cost estimate. And why is that so important, reconciliation? Because the budget resolution lays out how much revenue change can be tolerated and how much spending can be done by the various committees. So if you don't have honest numbers, you have a completely phony process. So let's come together and rebuild the bipartisan consensus that we are going to have a stronger framework, a stronger budgeting framework for the national enterprise. As we build up this massive additional part of debt through wars and through tax bills that deliver the national treasury to the richest Americans, as we do that, we are undermining the future of our country. Please, to my Republican colleagues, do not come to this floor and talk about fiscal responsibility. If you can't walk the walk, don't talk the talk. It's that important. It's that important. Well, I'm going to conclude by noting that even without this breaching of the boundaries regarding deficits that run as far as I can see, even without the process of lying to ourselves about what this costs, even without that, this is a terrible bill. This bill is families lose and billionaires win, as simple as that. Cutting nutrition programs, an estimated 4 million children will go hungry. Tax breaks for the richest Americans, tax breaks for billionaires. 16 million people losing health care. Why? To fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's just wrong. There's a better plan. It should be a bipartisan plan where we seek to have families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. That's a vision we should all be able to get behind. So let's take this terrible bill, this bill that creates debt as far as the eye can see, this bill that creates an estimated $37 trillion in additional debt, or even more than $60 trillion if the interest rate predictions are off by 1% over 30 years. Let's take this bill and let's put a stake through its heart and start over. And instead have that vision of a bill crafted along the lines of families thrive and billionaires pay their fair share. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Senate stands in recess until 3:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, the author and finisher of our faith, inspire us to rejoice in the privileges and blessings you have strewn on our pathway. Help us to use the gift of sacred scripture as a lamp to guide us through the darkness of challenging times. May we use the gift of intercessory prayer as a key to unlock heaven's storehouse in order to provide blessings for those who are going through many dangers, toils, and snares. Lord, in hours of hardship, permit us to use the gift of your Spirit to enable us to be protected by you from disappointments and self-pity. Infuse our senators with your love. Give them a compassion that will prompt them to work for the eradication of injustice and evil in our world. And Lord, be with our illustrious Page class as they leave us in 3 days. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Thank you. Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Defense, Daniel Zimmerman of North Carolina to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense.
President.
The Senator from Iowa.
Yeah. Having a job gives individuals purpose and dignity. We should promote policies lifting people out of poverty. In the 1990s, we passed welfare reform with a Republican Congress and a Democrat president. The results, welfare rolls went down, poverty rates decreased, employment and earnings increased. Establishing work requirements in Medicaid for able-bodied adults with reasonable exemptions, then from the previous precedent of welfare reform, that all makes common sense yet today. States like Iowa are already leading the way in establishing work requirements for able-bodied adults in Medicaid. Iowa's Governor Reynolds has said, quote, "If you're an able-bodied adult who can work, you should work." We're doing the same thing at the national level. Work requirements under the One Big Beautiful Bill only applies to able-bodied adults between the ages of 19 and 64. Individuals will have to complete a minimum of 80 hours of work a month, or about 20 hours a week, of qualifying community engagement activities like working, job training, going to school, volunteering, or a combination of all these. We have reasonable exemptions for veterans with disability rated as total individuals who are medically frail or otherwise have special medical needs, individuals who are blind, have substance abuse disorder, a disabling mental disorder, physical or intellectual disability that significantly impairs their ability to perform one or more activities of daily living, or serious complex medical conditions. We also have exemptions for parents, guardians, and caretakers relative of children age 14 or under, or disabled individuals, foster care youth through the age of 26. We give good cause exemptions for short-term hardships like hospitalizations or for an individual receiving psychiatric care. Individuals impacted by a natural disaster, living in high unemployment areas, or having to travel outside their community for an extended period of time to receive medical service would also be exempted. Now, states will obviously be required to establish streamlined process and use reliable data like payroll data to avoid individuals submitting their own documentations. There will also be significant outreach and education to those who will be required to work. Labor force participation data for prime age men 25 to 54 indicates that between 1950 to 1970, less than 1 in 30 were out of the labor force. Now, it's surprising, maybe it shouldn't be surprising. Since then, participation declined steadily, so that 1 in 30 figure is now 1 in 10. This represents nearly 7 million prime age men absent from the workforce. On top of this, recent research found that non-working Medicaid recipients spend 6 hours a day on socializing, relaxing, TV, and video games. They spend 125 hours during a 30-day month watching TV and video games alone. That is more than 50% higher than the 80 hours they would be required to work in a month. Common sense Medicaid work requirements for able-bodied adults take the same approach as welfare reform did in the 1990s. Move people from welfare to work and self-sufficiency. The contrary, being on government programs, is a life of poverty. And if you want to get out of poverty, you got to be in the world of work, and that's what we're trying to accomplish through this legislation, just like we do work requirements for every other government program. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsa Brooks.
victory. And when it was all over, they followed their forefathers' faithfulness by coming home and building schools, churches, and businesses. In other words, Mr. President, a future. The greatest generation carried that burden for their children and for ours. The men and women who fought and endured daily hardships during the Second World War, understood what I worry many Americans nearly have forgotten, which is the heavier the load you choose to carry, the higher you can hold your head. And doing what's noble builds confidence. I believe that's true of people and of nations. For nearly 2 centuries, Americans weren't focused on indulgence, but on inheritance. To be clear, I'm not talking about the kind of inheritance measured in dollars, but instead the kind measured in duty, making tomorrow better than today. But Mr. President, you may be tempted to correct me here. Why would I only credit us with 2 centuries of discipline when, after all, we turn 250 years old next year? Let me take a moment to explain. This American ethos endured for most of our history, but I believe something shifted in our culture around the time I was born. Our society began to leverage the security that earlier Americans won for tomorrow in order to avoid the challenges of the day. Courageous people don't do that. Even a few years before I was born, I believe President Kennedy had already begun to detect the shift. In his inaugural address, he implored Americans to do one thing: ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. A nation that once rallied around sacrifice, in war, in rebuilding, in laying foundations for the future, gave way to a new cultural mood. Over time, we stopped asking, what can we build and leave for the ones we love? And we began to ask, what can we claim for ourselves? We became obsessed with what we as individuals are entitled to, and we forgot how to plant the seeds and nurture them until the harvest. The sense of shared responsibility that had defined generations was eroding. Our growing reliance on promises we felt others owed to us meant that we earned less and expected more. We initially built a safety net to protect people in need and our most vulnerable citizens, which is a noble idea and one that I support. But over time, that safety net stretched wider and wider until nearly everybody was lying in it. As the cost of our promises ballooned, we lacked the will to either pay for them or the courage to pare them back. So what did we do instead, Mr. President? We did what previous generations refused to do. We passed the buck by handing the bill off to our children. Instead of sacrificing for the next generation, we passed the burden on to them. It was a convenient deception. Congress created more programs that it wouldn't pay for. Public officials made promises they couldn't keep, and they convinced their constituents that Americans who come of age after us would take care of tomorrow all by themselves. We also fought wars and engaged in foreign interventions without paying for them. It all adds up. And while our national debt kept rising, I'm not just talking about in dollars, America kept experiencing a real character deficit. We weren't just spending money, we were squandering trust, legacy, and time at the expense of the boys and girls who were too young to even vote or recognize a better path than the one we had chosen for them. We soothed ourselves by claiming that we were being compassionate, but we passed on the consequences of our choices to those not yet born. This is not compassion, it's generational theft. In 1967, when I was born, the national debt stood at $330 billion. Today, it's $36 trillion, more than 100 times greater, even after adjusting for inflation. In 2024 alone, we ran a $1.8 trillion deficit. A baby born in America today inherits $106,000